Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm president of the Board of Education, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Iannuzzi,
Here.
Ms. Barrios Brooks, Ms. Bavosa,
Present.
Ms. Castellano Minaya, Ms. Lewis,
Here.
Ms. Ross,
Present.
Mr. Peters,
Present.
Mr. Vega, Ms. Williams. A quorum is present.
Colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to go immediately into executive session to discuss the employment history of particular persons?
So moved, Ross. Second, Bavosa.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We should be out for the public portion of the meeting around 7-ish. Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm president of the Board of Education. Welcome to Webster School. We're going to go through some items we have to go through, then we're going to go quickly to the Webster presentations. You can all see your kids perform tonight. Colleagues, can I get a motion and second to reconvene the public session of the meeting?
So move, Bavosa. Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Could everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? The first item on our agenda is our Board of Education announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements they would like to make tonight?
Happy holidays to everyone, and thank you so much for being here. So excited to celebrate with all of you. Wishing everyone a joyful and peaceful holiday. Felices fiestas a toditos. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros y que pasen un mes lleno de alegría y paz.
Thank you, Ms. Castellano-Manaya. Any other of my colleagues? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our superintendent's update. So I'll throw it over to you, Dr. Reynolds.
Hello, families. There are more people than that in this audience. Hello, families. Happy holidays to each of you. Board President, thank you very much for the opportunity to address our families and our community at large. This evening, my comments will be very short. This evening, we would like to express how proud we are to continue our tradition of holding a holiday art contest to showcase the work of our talented young artists and share it with our school community. Students district-wide were invited to submit their artwork for consideration. Of the many wonderful pieces entered, there was one finalist chosen from each of the schools. The finalists were then voted on by City Hall staff. So we had all of the artwork displayed. The staff was able to come down and vote for their favorite piece of art. We narrowed it down to 6 winners out of all of our schools. That work has been compiled into a greeting card that I will be sending to our entire school community. And I want to thank all of our students who submitted their excellent artwork. We are so proud of each of you. So I want to just show you firstly what the artwork looks like. So give me 1 second. Thank you, Vanna. You're dating yourself. So I would like to share this or unveil our artwork that's going to be the welcome to our holiday season that will be provided to all of our members. And all of our members of the board actually have their copies already prepared, and they're taking a look at it now. And I want to invite up to be recognized our students who participated in this art endeavor. So I'm going to ask you to come up. I'm going to stand over at the podium, so now I got to figure out how I'm going to get over there. And I'm going to ask the students to come up and stand with me and be recognized with their artwork, okay? So first this evening, we would like to recognize Mr. Jonathan Larius Capriel, who is a second grader at Henry Barnard School. the artwork that he's holding is representative of the work that he did. So we're going to ask him to stand here. We're going to have all of our students come up and be recognized, okay? Give him another round of applause. Next, we have Isabel Cummings, who's a fourth grade student at Webster Elementary School. And these are not being mentioned in any order of who was voted on more than any other. This is just alphabetical order. So our next person will be Chiara Vetter, who's a fifth grader at William B. Ward Elementary School. She said she doesn't even do that. Next, we have Ms. Mia Arias, who's a fifth grader at Trinity Elementary School. Next is Ms. Rachel Muriel, a sixth grader from Albert Leonard Middle School. And next, we have Ms. Mia Damian Valencia, an eighth grader from Isaac E. Young Middle School. So, ladies and gentlemen, the New Rochelle Public Schools, it's not just about academics in the traditional sense of math, English language arts, science. It also shows that our arts are well and alive in all grades. So let's give our young artists another round of applause. So my wife would be very happy that I'm getting my steps in today. So lastly, for our superintendent's update, I would just like to remind everybody that in December, Hanukkah began at sundown on December 7th, and this evening is the final evening of Hanukkah. So we would like to wish a happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. To our families who celebrate the other winter holidays of Christmas and Kwanzaa, of Las Posadas, we want to wish all of you, and please know that there are 11 holidays that are celebrated through this time of the year. And they all have a similar message of light, unity, and love. So we want to wish everybody happy holidays. And finally, please be reminded that Tuesday, December 19th, is a half day of school for our elementary students for parent-teacher conferences. And schools will be closed. I see all the parents' faces go, oh. Schools will be closed from December 25th through Monday, January 1st. We'll be returning to school on Tuesday, January 2nd. So we wish all of you a happy holidays. And with that, Mr. President, I conclude my superintendent's update.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reynolds. Next up, we are going to enter our discussion items, and our first one is the Webster School presentation. So can I get all the board members to go sit in the front row, take your mics with you, and then Dr. Reynolds, can I have you introduce our first presentation?
Good evening again. I'm coming in a different stead. If Webster School is in the house, can I hear an oh yeah? Oh yeah! There we go, there we go. So good evening everyone and welcome to our board meeting that is being held at the Daniel Webster Elementary School. This evening we're going to have the pleasure of learning a little bit about what takes place here at Webster, but also seeing and hearing what takes place here at Webster. And Daniel Webster is led by a tremendous and phenomenal person who I'm going to invite to the mic. So without further ado, I would like to invite our principal of the Webster School, Ms. Melissa Passarelli, to the microphone.
Good evening, Board of Education President Iannuzzi, Superintendent Reynolds, members of the board, community members, and colleagues. It is a privilege to host the Board of Education meeting at Webster School, and it's especially a privilege this evening that you gave out the Art Awards, as we are an arts and humanities school. I would like to acknowledge our leadership team and thank them for the significant contributions they make to our school and to our students. They are Assistant Principal Gregory Middleton, Literacy Coach Jennifer Meyer, and not with us this evening, but with us in spirit, our Magnet Facilitator and Math Coach Kathy Coyne, and Instructional Technology Facilitator Dawn Houston. Webster is a special and unique school that truly reflects the New Rochelle community. Our student demographics have remained relatively constant for the past 10 years. The chart displayed shows the demographic data for the past 6 school years. Our students, faculty, and staff are committed to the district's mission of fostering a safe environment and providing a high-quality education that is authentic, inclusive, collaborative, and prepares the whole child for a diverse world. Every staff member at Webster is valued for their individual and collective contributions to our school. It is with great pleasure that I recognize Mrs. Lisa Nardini, our teacher of art, who was granted tenure this fall. Mrs. Nardini, you stand up. And with her this evening is her in September 2019 and was quickly became a valued member of our art and music department, using her knowledge, passion, and artistic abilities when planning for student learning. Webster's Art Room is more than just a classroom, but rather a studio, where students learn, grow, explore, and create independently and collaboratively. Mrs. Nardini's calm and patient demeanor gives students the confidence to take risks in their learning while they explore their creativity. She is a student-centered educator who encourages deep thinking, emphasizing the process of art making. Her imaginative approach inspires students to create masterpieces for which they are proud. And if you look around our auditorium this evening, you'll see artwork displayed that's been created by our students. Mrs. Nardini builds on students' skills, strategies, and the materials they use to ensure a K-5 continuum of learning. She is an integral part of Webster's enrichment programs, taking an active role in the initiatives that identify us as an arts and humanities school. She is collaborative and supportive, always willing to extend learning for children through the arts. Mrs. Nardini makes significant contributions to the committees on which she participates, such as Studio Arts, Wellness, Flag Day, and Moving Up. It is with great pleasure that I congratulate you, Lisa Nardini, on being granted tenure in the City School District of New Rochelle, and I look forward to your positive, continued impact on students. At Webster, we are proud of our students' accomplishments both in and out of the classroom. In November, 99 of our students participated in an after-school program bringing High School Musical Junior to our stage. We would like to share a little video clip with you that will give you a glimpse into the performance, and then we'll follow that by a live student performance.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, technology does not always cooperate with the person. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the programming,
We'll bring the children out.
and we'll see what we've been waiting for, okay?
Anyway, for those of you who were able to attend our High School Musical Junior, the performance was amazing. And if you saw the number of students who participated, this is something that has become part of the fiber of Webster School, where we bring our students to the stage each year, and they absolutely love it. So without further ado, we'll bring our students in. And for those of you who are able to attend, our full winter concert is taking place this Monday evening at 7 p.m. So this evening, you'll just get a glimpse into our students and what we do with them as part of our art and music department.
We are the 5th graders from Webster Singers, and we are excited to be performing for you this evening. Our first song is an old song, loved by many during this time of year. We hope you enjoy our rendition of Silver Bells.
City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you'll hear silver bells, silver bells, silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, hear them ring, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. String of streetlights, even stoplights, blink of bright red and green as the shoppers rush home with their treasures. Hear the snow crunch, see the kids munch. This is Santa's big scene. And above all this bustle, you'll hear silver bells, silver bells, silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, hear them ring, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
Our next song will be Light the Menorah, in celebration of Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights.
Light the menorah. There are miracles that are great and small. There are miracles we may not know at all. But the miracle of the Hanukkah At Webster, we try to promote acts of kindness, charity, and understanding. Our next song, This Is My Wish, reflects those sentiments and the importance of peace and goodwill towards everyone. The song quotes, "Let every voice be heard, let there be peace on earth."
And I appreciate it if the transition happens a little bit quickly so that we can start the rest of our presentation.
This evening, we will be reporting on how we are meeting the objectives of the strategic roadmap, specifically in relation to Objective A under student learning. To meet this objective, our work began with the implementation of grade-specific curriculum maps developed by a committee of teachers and coaches facilitated by Dr. Olivia Roberts for her work in leading that work through her office. The goal was to ensure a cohesive, aligned curriculum that would be implemented district-wide. The maps, including scope and sequence documents and learning targets, serve as our roadmap to daily instruction. Since the fall of 2022, teachers have been given time to align their content and pacing with the curriculum documents at grade level meetings. The goal is for teachers to internalize the next generation state standards, the prerequisite skills necessary to meet the standards, and the priority standards on which there should be a greater focus for instruction. As we move through this school year, the professional work will extend to focusing on the learning targets documents, which clearly state what students will be able to do in relation to specific standards. With the knowledge, understanding, skills, timelines, teaching practices, and strategies, it is essential that we use data-driven instruction to inform teaching and learning. This enables teachers to make specific instructional decisions that remediate, accelerate, and extend and refine student learning. The effective use of data as related to what is collected, the tools that can be used during the collection process, its interpretation, and how it is used by teachers for planning is the overarching focus of our professional work. Through this process, teachers will be able to more effectively plan for individual, small group, and whole class instruction that accelerates learning and deepens understanding. During the 2022-2023 school year, each grade level participated in a data cycle with a focus on literacy or mathematics. This work was led by our instructional coaches and included weekly meetings where teachers made commitments to assess their students based on selected standards within a unit of study. The tool used for the data collection was developed by each grade level, and these tools were used to guide conversations for next steps in instruction. This work allowed teachers to make specific and targeted instructional decisions for students. By understanding individual students' needs, actionable planning and targeted teaching takes place. An example of how each grade level approached the data cycle work is illustrated on this slide. This fall, grade levels are again focused on the explicit, strategic, targeted use of data. As an extension to what was started last year, teachers are currently engaged in a 6-week cycle of professional work in either ELA or mathematics. Using the data, teachers draw on the high-leverage teaching strategies that they are learning and refining through the professional work, directly connecting their professional learning to classroom instruction. They are deepening their knowledge in the science of reading through their participation in Letters, Foundations, Hegarty, and Orton Gillingham. This knowledge, they are able to determine the paths forward for students. In math, our professional work is focused on number talks and strings. Number talks are powerful tools for students to develop computational fluency and conceptual understanding, whereas strings are a series of related problems designed to teach strategies based on relationships. These teaching structures support our students in becoming flexible thinkers, divergent problem solvers, and to truly deepen their understanding in literacy and math. Evidence-based analysis allows us to determine the impact these structures have on our students. We are proud of our students' accomplishments as indicated by how they are performing on benchmark assessments. This chart indicates the percentage of students performing above the 50th percentile in STAR reading and math, as indicated this past fall. The next chart shows the percentage of students receiving academic intervention identified through multiple data points. At Webster, we will continue to implement responsive teaching practices that will positively impact student learning. Effectively using benchmark, formative, and summative data will enable us to truly close the achievement gap. The disaggregated New York State assessment data provides us with the evidence of where we are meeting this goal. As we plan for next steps, the goal is to create laboratory classrooms across grade levels in order to further refine teaching practices and increase our collective efficacy. As highly resourceful teachers who can expertly draw on multiple instructional strategies to meet students' needs, our students will gain independence and success in all subject areas, both in and out of the classroom. I want to thank you for your attention, and as always, it's a pleasure to have the Board of Education at Webster School, and again, I invite everyone to join us on Monday evening at 7 p.m.
Thank you so much, Ms. Passarelli. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on this presentation? Ms. Brooks?
I have a question on slide 17, just what the percentages indicate. So it says New York State assessment comparison data, and there's various percentages.
How students performed in 2022, so we received that disaggregated data for, we don't have it yet in this way or it's not available for us to share for 2023. So basically at Webster, our ELA passing rate for students in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades was 75%, and we put the comparison with district-wide and for New York State as a whole. So what we do is we disaggregate the data and we look at where the achievement gaps are for our students. So as I stated in the presentation, the goal is really to close the achievement gap. So if I look at how my students are doing in terms of African American or Hispanic, boys, girls, we really look at how we are going to target instruction so that we are ensuring that all students are meeting with success and they're exceeding the standards.
Thank you. So I have a follow-up question, which is the gen ed category. What would be what is the non-gen ed? Like, is that the IEP category?
Yes.
So in the handout, I think that the numbers are wrong or different than they are on the screen, the printed one that we're looking at. So maybe there was a.
So I know that I corrected this because I noticed a discrepancy when I looked at the slides. So you might have gotten a previous version. This is accurate.
Super helpful. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm.
Yes.
Ms. Ross? Ms. Castellano, then Ms. Ross?
Okay, so based on this data set here, well, first of all, congratulations, because in every single area except students with disabilities, we're actually outperforming the state and the district as well. So what have you been able to reflect as a staff on some of the causality? What are the bright spots? What initiatives have you taken to close some of these opportunity gaps and ensure that the students' outcomes have improved? Just because it's such an important lesson for all of us to hear and other schools within our district so we can learn from some of these advancements.
So thank you for that question. So at Webster, really, our shared philosophy on teaching and learning, our collective efficacy, building the ability for all teachers to know and understand high leverage teaching practices and strategies. So if you walk in any one of the classrooms here in this building, they look very similar. So in terms of classroom, what's available to students, the resources that we use, what we believe in terms of teaching and learning, and then how do we respond to students who need support. So what are the conditions that we set for students, and what processes do we follow when a student is in need of academic intervention and support?
Thank you.
Ms. Ross?
I don't really have a question. Just want to say congratulations on the great work that you do here. I'm a proud member of the Webster community. All three of my kids have come through here. I have one left who's graduating this year, and the kids performed beautifully. Of course, I'm a bit biased because it's my daughter and many of her friends and classmates, and Ms. J always does an amazing job. But just thank you to you, the staff here, on always just creating an amazing community. And yeah, so I'm just proud to be part of the Webster community.
Pedagogical staff members, security aide, clerical staff, they are all here together in support of our students. And of course, our families are very supportive of our students and our schools. So I would like to thank you and all of the other board members who are part of the Webster family.
Ms. Bavosa?
I'd like to just piggyback onto that. Listening to the children sing was a reminder that through children's eyes, through the goodness and the kindness that they have, they're able to succeed when they're not fearful. And I think anyone who's had a child here or in a number of our other schools, we can attest to the fact that those teachers, administrators, faculty members, staff members who embrace our children and promote whatever it is that they excel in allows them to succeed. And congratulations to your newly tenured teacher. Congratulations to Ms. J and the singers, the fifth graders. And congratulations to you for being the leader of a school where goodness and peace and harmony really does seep into the community. Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have any more questions or comments? Yeah.
Just a quick question. Since as a district, we're in the process of working to improve our special education opportunities, support our teaching staff, teaching assistants, and so on. I'm just curious if you have any reflections in terms of supporting students with disabilities. I wonder, like, if this is including refusals to take the assessments. I wonder what some of your thoughts and needs are and how we can support you as a board in terms of ensuring that our students with disabilities also are performing above average as well.
In terms of the data here, the students whose parents refuse to allow them to take the assessment, that's not reflective of what's here. But we do have a relatively high participation rate. I mean, if you're interested in that information, I can give you the data in terms of the percentage of students who did not participate and did participate. There's only so much that we wanted to put on a screen, and we had a time limit in terms of the presentation. In terms of students with disabilities, we do work closely with our teaching assistants. I believe we have a few of our teaching assistants who might be in the audience this evening. But we do have professional learning opportunities for, obviously, always our special education teachers and teaching assistants. And we're really always looking at how do we build our practices, especially through integrated co-teaching models. So we have very strong teams of teachers in the integrated co-teaching classrooms. So it is a process, and it's really about continually building the capacity of our teachers and our staff members and our teaching teams and our grade level teams.
Thank you, Ms. Passarelli. Ms. Brooks?
I also just wanted to build on Ms. Ross's point and say, as also a Webster SNF alumni parent, one of the things that I just really have seen so many Webster alums come with a rich love of the arts and be successful in our middle school and in our high school. And I think that, you know, now having a high school junior who's been doing visual art PAVE, and looking at the walls here, I think about, well, where did that love of art and that desire to express herself that way come from? And it was from schools like Webster, and Webster specifically. So I wanted to just really hammer home that this is a continuum, and it starts here in kindergarten and goes through, but it really allows our kids to just blossom when they get to the opportunities in the middle schools and the high school as well. So thank you very much.
And really, Webster's been an arts and humanities school beginning in 1985. So we've really, through several principals, leadership teams, assistant principals, teachers, we've carried on the tradition of staying true to our identity. Inspiring and embracing teachers who are supportive and believe in the arts in classrooms and schools.
You know, I'm a Webster graduate, so it's really great to see some of the amazing things. I see some of the teachers still work here too, so it's just an amazing feeling. Dr. Reynolds, you want to say anything to close it out?
Sure. Thank you very much, President Iannuzzi. And through the president, I would like to say thank you to Ms. Passarelli, to her administrative team, and to her leadership team. Most importantly, to our teachers, faculty, and staff who work here at Webster to make every day such a fantastic day for our students. Because you can see the smiles on their faces as they're performing. Nervous smiles, but you can still see the smiles. Because what this does is it translates to who's going to be great for New Rochelle in the future. So thank you all for presenting the data to us in a way that's manageable, in a way that a layperson can understand it, but also in a way that celebrates all of the greatness that's taking place here at Webster School. So thank you very much.
So board members, we can go back to our seats to start the next discussion item. So next up on our discussion item is the charter school discussion. So I have a brief statement I'm going to read, and then we're going to open up the floor to any of our board members that like to weigh in on this issue. So tonight I put this item on the agenda because it's extremely important for the board and superintendent to let the public know about issues that could have adverse effects on our school district. I waited several weeks to put this on the agenda for the board, so to give the board a chance to learn more about this issue so we can make informed comments about it. So if you haven't heard, there is a group of people who want to open a charter school in New Rochelle at Holy Family Church for grades K through 4, 80 kids per grade. The school is supposed to be focused on STEM. And the group leading this application are, from my understanding, adjunct professors from Iona University and those connected with the Archdiocese and other Catholic schools. So before I give you my personal opinion about this matter, I wanted to give you an overview of how a charter school does get approved. So the Board of Education in our school district has no say in whether this charter school gets approved. The charter school is submitting an application to the SUNY Board of Trustees through the SUNY Charter Schools Institute. SUNY is the largest charter school authorizer in New York State. There's a whole application process which is scored on 10 different metrics, and one of the metrics is public input. SUNY carefully considers all comments about the application as part of the proposal review process, and the Institute presents school district comments and a written summary of public comments to the SUNY trustees when recommending proposals. I've spent time thinking about this issue and speaking with members of our community and even watching a recording of the town hall that was held about this charter school. And I can 100% say that I am against this charter school opening up in New Rochelle. Two major reasons. Two major reasons are the financial impact it will have in this district and our taxpayers, as well as the lack of transparency that charter schools are allowed to have. So if a student that lives in New Rochelle attends this charter school, the local school district is required to pay the charter school the cost to educate the child. This cost is determined by NYSED, and as of 2023, we would pay $18,595 per pupil. So if all 400 kids came from New Rochelle, this would equate to around $7,438,000. If we had to find ways to fill that hole in our budget, we would have to cut positions, programs, sports teams, science research, pave, and even look at raising taxes. It would be catastrophic. We would see layoffs and cuts like we haven't seen before since the Great Recession of 2008. I also can't understand anyone who would support a school that does not have to be transparent and have open meetings. We consistently hear from members of our community about more transparency and the want to make open meetings permanent. Charter schools have no reason to have open board meetings. Taxpayer money is partially funding the school, and taxpayers have no recourse or say. There are an election for their board members. And charter schools are also allowed to employ up to 15 uncertified teachers, which I can't even comprehend parents sending their kids to learn from uncertified teachers. I was born and raised in New Rochelle, and I'm a proud product of our public schools. And I've been serving as a board member for the district for the past 5 years. I've seen firsthand the hardships and struggles this district has faced, but that is in the past. These past 2 years has been such years of stability, years of improvement on all levels, and years of newfound pride in our district. Thank you. I am a proud supporter of our public schools and public education. I'm a proud supporter of having certified, qualified teachers like we have here with our New Rochelle Fuse members educating our children. And I wholeheartedly believe in our district, in New Rochelle Strong, and in One New Rochelle. For those of you who are with me and against this charter school, please make your voice heard. Write to us, write to the SUNY Charter School Institute, and let them know a charter school has no place in New Rochelle.
Many of you know my story. Many of you know that I am a product of Catholic private school, all the way through, from kindergarten straight through my doctorate. But I chose to be a public school educator. I would like to read to you a few facts, and I'm going to ask your indulgence because it's pretty lengthy. The City School District of New Rochelle's vision states that we are a trusting, collaborative, and innovative high-performing educational organization that challenges, celebrates, and nurtures the whole child. The City School District of New Rochelle's mission states that we are committed to fostering a safe environment and providing a high-quality education that is authentic, inclusive, collaborative, and prepares the whole child to engage in a diverse world. This evening, we saw that whole child. It is not just about sitting down with a textbook. It is about exploring who you can be through the arts and education. The City School District of New Rochelle offers every child a quality public education. We offer a variety of programs, clubs, athletics, and activities so that every student graduates with a well-rounded, rigorous education that prepares them for college, career, and life as a productive and responsible global citizen. As a public school district, New Rochelle is governed by New York State Education Department regulations and curriculum standards and makes decisions transparently and, on many occasions, with community input. Charter schools have individual charters with the state and are not subject to the same high standards NYSED requires, essentially privatizing public education. History has demonstrated that charter schools lack the transparency, in many cases, and accountability of the public that the public schools are required to maintain. Charter schools are independent and autonomous schools that are exempt from certain laws and regulations that govern public school districts. Charter schools operate under different rules than traditional public schools. They are not only forced to abide by the we are not only forced to abide by regulations, but those charters will have a contract that is made with the state. Public schools are governed by and answer to the public. Our school board members are elected by the public they serve. Charter schools answer to their private board, which is often comprised of either founding members of the school or persons appointed by their sponsoring entity, not elected by the public. As a public school district, New Rochelle provides equal access and opportunities to all local students who enroll in our school system. Charter school policy can create barriers to enrollment and contribute to a lack of diversity. Historical experience has demonstrated that many charter schools have manipulated enrollment processes to recruit the smartest students and the kids easiest to teach. Charter schools are by law required to implement a lottery system for student admission if they receive more applications than they have spots in their classes. Many charter schools have been shown to have implemented strategies both before and after application for admission into the school in order to enroll top students, thus denying access to all students. The student success rates of many charter schools are directly correlated to the nature of the vested interest of the parent by the mere fact that they're seeking admission into a charter school. A family's decision to apply for their child or children to enroll into a charter school has more significant statistical input on the child's academic outcomes than actually receiving an education in that charter school. City School District of New Rochelle teachers and administrators have met rigorous certification requirements. When you choose the City School District of New Rochelle, you choose to guide your child's education with qualified and dedicated professionals with a proven track record of high professional development. Many charter schools suffer from higher teacher turnover rates than traditional public schools. Data shows that most charter education is undercut by high teacher turnover rates or the rate of teacher circulation over the year. The higher the turnover rate, the general decrease in the quality of education. We have shown in a previous board meeting when the HR department reported for the second year in a row that we are a school district of high mention for our teacher retention rates. In most cases, charter schools harm public school district students by diminishing the operational funding of public schools with every child they enroll from our district, while leaving students in the school district with greater needs in our public schools. In New York State, state funding for education follows the child. Establishing a charter school would create a second publicly funded school system that only serves a small population of potentially lottery-chosen students. Every child who leaves the city school district of New Rochelle to attend a charter school, and I'm not going to talk about this point because it was already addressed, but they take roughly $19,000 in this day and age away from our schools. A vast number of charter schools have found additional means for taking funds from traditional public schools. There has been a reported and substantiated practice of exploiting discrepancies in fund allocation for neurotypical and special education students. Public schools, both traditional and charter, are granted more state funding for special education students because of the increased cost of educating students with different needs. Many charter schools enroll special education students with disproportionately milder needs, but still receive the full funding for special education students. Thus, leaving traditional public schools to serve the children with the greatest needs with substantially less funding. While public schools can cut some costs in response to declining enrollment, they cannot cut the fixed costs that remain after the funding has been removed to a charter school, which causes real long-term damage to the public school system. Nationally, many charter schools historically have proven to be less accountable to students and families. Their boards operate under looser regulations than those that govern our public schools. Charter schools create contracts or charters with the state and local governments that set their standards and requirements. The lack of oversight and transparency in some instances has opened the door to fraud, corruption, and mistreatment of charter school students and staff. While it's reported that some charter schools perform their public schools in math and English language arts, data demonstrates that charter school recruitment and application policies show that charter schools further constrain resource-lacking districts to benefit middle to upper income English-speaking students. Not only do those policies create greater resource scarcity in surrounding districts, but the departure of high-performing students generally harm those students left behind, as demonstrated by lower math and reading scores from the remaining students. In cases of national charter school development, there has often been the false representation of a promise of educational opportunities for minority or low-income students. Data has demonstrated that in terms of socioeconomic justice, many charters increase economic segregation primarily due to the detraction of resources that occurs when higher income students, those preferred by the application process, leave the traditional public school system to pursue a charter education. When compared to public schools, the rate of racial segregation within many charters is extraordinarily high. Competition is good when it benefits students with greater academic offerings and provides true access to smaller learning communities equally accessible to all students. That is why the City School District of New Rochelle has rigorous academic offerings, such as Kaleidoscope for our elementary students, advanced placement courses and science research programs for our high school students, our renowned Performing and Visual Arts and Education program, and numerous language courses throughout the entire scope of our K-12 schools. The School District of New Rochelle saw an increase in proficiency rates in both ELA and math in the 2023 grades 3 through 8 New York State assessments. Preliminary data shows that the ELA proficiency rates rose to 49% and mathematics to 53%. While those numbers seem low, compared to the rest of the growth in the state, we are in the top quartile within our region. Increases in proficiency rates were seen across most schools, grade levels, and all major demographic subgroups. Let me repeat that, all major demographic subgroups. It is important to note that, that caution should be used when comparing these 23 scores with previous scores, as the state standards did change. The growth seen in both ELA and math can be attributed to the systems, initiatives, and practices the district and its schools have been implementing, coupled with the hard work and dedication of the school district-based leaders, teachers, and support staff. The City School District of New Rochelle is deeply rooted in our community and underpins its resilience and unwavering spirit. Our school district is interwoven in the vibrant tapestry of New Rochelle. It is where we sow the seeds of knowledge and where we nurture the growth of our future leaders. There is no separation of our communities, and there is a focus on equity in what is provided to all of our students. The City School District of New Rochelle's equity vision commits us to valuing the uniqueness of each individual in our community by honoring the differences as strengths. We foster an appreciation for one another by cultivating a safe and inclusive environment that embraces our diverse identities. We are committed to ensuring a fair and equitable educational experience for every student by empowering each one with intellectually, socially, and emotionally influential and allowing them to become global citizens. We are one New Rochelle, and I am pro New Row.
Ms. Brooks?
I won't be as lengthy as my colleagues. I will underline a few things they said. I've been on the board for almost 4 years, been through lots of public comment. Charter schools don't have to listen to the public. They don't have the same kind of accountability that we do as elected board members. And that's really important because right now we're having a good one New Rochelle moment, but you all can disagree with us and you can tell us that. And that would not be the case, in the case of a charter school. They don't have that kind of accountability. I'm not saying it's always fun, but that's our job, and that's not the way charter schools are structured. Another point I just want to underline, one of my colleagues talked about turnover, teacher turnover, educator turnover. Yes, that has to do with achievement, but it also has to do with school culture and climate and community. And being here at Webster, most of the teachers that taught my kids are still here. And that's important over time for trust, for building that kind of community. And charter schools, on average, and I don't want to say, we're talking in general terms because we're talking about charter schools in general, do not foster that kind of community and long-term sustained closeness that is so vital for all of us to thrive. Finally, I want to underline the cherry picking point, and that just is actually one of the most common things that happens in charter schools is really using and manipulating data, whether it's through how students are chosen, who gets to stay, whose test scores get reported, when do they, they'll educate students until it's time for state testing, and then oops, the harder to educate students that are struggling, all of a sudden don't show up on the rolls. Public schools don't have that luxury, and that's why we're amazing places, because we educate every single child, and that is our responsibility. So I am firmly against this charter school for this community. I am so proud to be a New Rochelle resident and to be on this school board, and I hope that every single person here tonight will communicate this to everyone that they know, both the decision makers at the SUNY board, as well as us as board members, so we can talk about how our community stands united against charter schools, but also your neighbors, your friends, your family members, because this is something that we have to be crystal clear that we stand together as one New Rochelle. And I really thank everyone for being here tonight, and I look forward to working with you to make sure that we maintain the amazing schools that we have and don't let anything threaten that, including this charter school. So thank you so much for being here.
I'd like to speak now about my stance. And as I thought back to when I ran for the board, I remember that a big part of why I ran and my message when I ran is that I believed in community voice. And you heard me say every step of the way, family voice, teacher voice, student voice. And as I thought about this news, I thought to myself how it would impact each of those groups. And I also will admit that I have been a proud union member and public school teacher for the last 20 years, and I am extremely union strong. I also worked in a charter school for 1 year because I thought, let me learn. Let me see what's going on. Let me see if this approach and philosophy and vision, if I could learn from it. And I do not fault any parents that want what is best for their children and to have opportunities. I do not disparage any parent that wants more opportunities for their children. So I just want to be clear about that. We all want our children to have every opportunity possible. But here's the things that I've learned in the last 20 years of being a proud public school teacher and now administrator. I remember every year in the Bronx, right before state tests, all of a sudden, we had students show up at our doors to enroll right before the state test, the week before, and we welcomed them with open arms. They were students with IEPs, they were English language learners, and their families would share with us that they had been pushed out of charter schools, public charter schools. And then we, of course, welcomed them, accepted them, taught them, honored all of their needs, but we got $0 because of the way pupil funding is set up and the timeline of it. We got $0 for their students. So this increased class sizes, it increased the load on our teaching staff, and it also caused undue stress for a child. Let's think about the children in this. How does it feel to be pushed out of a school and told that you are not good enough? And I am not speaking from the place of watching movies or reading articles. This was the reality for our students. And we don't need to look to New Orleans. We can look right next door in New York City to see what charter schools have done for our students. Yes, test scores may be higher because the entire year was test prep. And many charter schools have unapologetically said that we teach test prep every single day. That is what we do. No sports, no arts, no STEAM, no enrichment, no clubs, math, science, ELA, test prep. Without joy, without curiosity, and without all of the wonderful, unique values that make New Rochelle, New Rochelle. We also have to talk about how it impacts unions, and not just teachers' unions. It also impacts all American unions because it leads to privatization of schools and unfair labor practices. Our teachers and administrators, our teaching assistants have to prepare, go to school, pass rigorous tests to be able to give our students what they need. And charter schools, many administrators are 21 years old and have never set foot in the classroom. Is that what's right for children? Absolutely not. Many charter schools manipulate and change IEPs because they do not have the certified staff to be able to provide the services that students with IEPs need and deserve. And under an IEP, that is a Bill of Rights. And it's changed because they don't have the staffing to be able to provide it. It is not right for children. Same with English language learners. So again, I want to be honest that I think originally charter schools started with the premise of innovation, collaboration, and I honor that. But the reality is that's not what is happening, and we don't need to look far to know that the punitive measures, the culture of fear for our staff and students of not knowing when you could be fired just because you wore the wrong outfit one day, students and staff alike. And so I just want to remind us that our educators deserve better. They deserve to have balance, and our unions have fought so hard for decades to create a culture of care for educators and students. And as we have this conversation, all I ask of us is that we really center the needs of our students and we make sure that we're thinking about the unintended consequences. Because yeah, of course it might sound appealing. It might look nice on paper or in a commercial or in a proposal, but the unintended consequences and the ripples that it has on a community could last for generations to come. So I stand strongly against a charter school in New Rochelle. There is no place for it here.
Mr. Vega.
Yeah, I'll be really clear. I'm not as prepared as, or as, I guess, thorough as my colleagues. I thank you so much. And I would like to just also reiterate my opposition for any charter school in New Rochelle as well, for all the reasons that my colleagues mentioned, but also in the sense that it will be sold as if it is some sort of a choice for parents and students, but it is not a choice. If it was a choice, it would be totally different circumstances. But as Will mentioned, it will be a lottery system. There will be all types of systems in place that are not really don't really have the same regulatory controls as a district does. And I've yet to see any community in the United States transformed by a charter school or their education system transformed by a charter. I've yet to see that, and this discussions with charter school have been going on now for decades, and I've yet to see it. Lastly, as on a positive note, I'd say that just as a community that we talk together, that if we have to come together and voice our opposition or support for anything, I would welcome the community to get more involved in the city district of New Rochelle. Get involved, provide more input, because the best laboratories for our students and our teachers are going to be in the schools that we already have now. We just saw a presentation that look at all of the different things that we're doing now in terms of not only new methods of teaching, but also new methods of learning from data from the students, and then processing that data into doing new things again to help the students achieve, all students. So I would invite the community to get involved in the school system this way, that we can start building new important things that will be choices for parents, true choices for parents and students, but will be available to all students, especially those students that are in most need. Thank you.
So I as well will be brief. I also am not in support of a charter school, and for those that may know, is I grew up in New York City. I actually was participated on a board of a charter school several years ago, and having firsthand experience actually being on the charter school, I would say that the promise of innovation, and it's no disrespect to a very good friend of mine who began that charter school, that all of those things that are promised don't necessarily come to fruition. And exactly the things that we're talking about in terms of there isn't the same level of transparency. And I'd even say just in the application process to SUNY to actually get a charter is surprisingly not quite as rigorous as you would expect. And that to me was very eye-opening and surprising. But it's also, as you, and having been a resident of New York City and taking a look at the performance of those schools, they haven't outperformed necessarily compared to other schools. And the ones that do are the ones that are picking up, whether it's they're manipulating their numbers, they're doing other things within their lottery system, and they are capturing more of the different socioeconomic students. But I would say also to my colleague Don Vega's point is that this is the time, and I would say I would encourage us all to be really involved in our school district, because if there are things that you don't approve of, you don't would like to see changed, that's why we have our board meetings. We encourage people to come, to speak, to email us, because that is the way that you will see change, is by applying pressure to our schools. Whereas a lot of these other schools, and charter schools in particular, you don't necessarily see that. And so I would say just being a proud resident of this city, it also sends a signal to outside of the city as well, is that somehow what we have here in our schools is lacking, that we're not providing the things that we need to our students. And we have the resources, we have really committed members of our community who can really make a difference. And so I really do encourage all of us that are here, but to my colleague, Ms. Brooks's point too, telling your families, your neighbors, that is what we're here for, to listen to you, and we're all within the community as well. If there are things, opportunities that you see, to please share that with us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So those that don't know me, my name's Makita. I'm one of the newer board members this year. I did want to share that I'm also in opposition of a charter school coming to New Rochelle. And for those that don't know my story, my My father is a public school teacher, retired. My grandfather is a public school teacher, and many of my family are union members. So I see firsthand the impact that our teachers have. And I also grew up in New Rochelle, like many of our board members, through Albert Leonard and Ward and the high school. And so I know, because my peers who were in school with me then have told me just how much our own board member, to the right of Katie there, has changed her life. And so, Margaret, just giving you your flowers today. And I also have them that coming back and telling me how they remember how their teachers in high school and their teachers in middle school and elementary school changed their life. And they were now much, gone from middle school and high school, but the impact has lasted. So I know that our teachers are still doing that work today, and that has not changed in New Rochelle. And I can tell you, as a new board member, that those that are up on the board with me now, we are trying our hardest. We are giving you our all. We know that we're not saying that we're a perfect school district. I don't think anyone up here is saying so, but we are one New Rochelle, and I think that we're all heading in the right direction, and doing, as they all mentioned, like taking your ideas and trying to figure out how to make it come to fruition as we're getting there. So again, in opposite of the charter school starting in New Rochelle, and I just want to share my thoughts. So thank you.
Several years ago, I decided that I wanted to become a board member because of wanting to be engaged in the city of New Rochelle, which at that particular time and even now, I really felt was challenged in many ways in terms of all of our students to be educated on the same level as perhaps other students were able to access our schools and the opportunities that exist. I'm a firm believer that all of the things that are being described tonight should occur in the public schools. I'm in favor of public schools as opposed to any other kind of school, charter or otherwise, in relationship to how our children and our community become educated and become a solid whole community. But I also have to say, at the same time, I would like to see our school system be better than what it is. To be honest with you, I'd like to see it to be better. And I think that any changes that need to occur ought to occur in the public school setting, not a charter school setting, in a public school setting. I mean, even tonight when I was here, I was struck by Webster School, as I usually am, because of the way in which, the way in which our students are taught here, the way in which the curriculum seems to focus on the arts and other things that really create, as has been mentioned, perhaps the leaders of the schools as they begin to move on into other things. They're exposed to so much. I would like to see that exposure occur in every school, not only in Webster School, not only in any other school, but in every school. And I think that if those changes could occur, I think but if that occurs, then we are really realizing what we really want. It's real easy to grab a hold of something else, but it sometimes becomes harder to grab a hold of and to change and to transform what already exists. And if we're going to move forward as a community, in my view, public school education is the way to go. Having said that, we've got a way to go. So kind of where I'm at with this. Thank you.
Good evening. For those of you who know me, I'm going to keep it from me short. Some of the teachers sitting here were my students, so like they know where I come from. As my colleague Makita Lewis stated, I also am from a family of educators, and I often wondered why my father took an early retirement. He was a math teacher who had not been trained as a math teacher, didn't originally have certification, managed to get it, and many others. And as an administrator in his district years ago, he took an early retirement because his union was being put through such strife that he came home and said, remember these words, you will never go against a union or walk back into my home. My uncle was on the Board of Regents. We had teachers galore in my family. I swore I would never be a teacher until I walked into Isaac for my student teaching, and my life was transformed. So I do believe that we have what it takes. I'm going to go very quickly. I decided, rather than saying everything that I agree with that my colleagues have said, that I'm going to pose much as questions, because there are people who might be wondering whether or not a charter school would be good. Despite hearing everything, when you hear all of one side, you may not be certain. So I will be addressing those people as well as all of us. Public schools were created to provide a universal, educated citizenry. They were not created to impart just knowledge. They were not created just to bring up the economy. They were not designed for the elite. They were designed for the common folk so that all levels of students from all financial and social and religious backgrounds could be educated. Did you know? Did you know that charter schools are often exempt from state mandates for public schools? And despite not having a Board of Education, whether you like us or not, or administrative staff from the district in charge of them, their scores are often reflected in ours. We have no say over how or why they work the way they do. Charter schools take money away from the regular public school system budget. Big bucks. We're not talking pennies to a dollar, we're talking big bucks. Did you know that charter schools can choose which special education students they will enroll? They can refuse to keep any child deemed unacceptable. Any child unacceptable? Not in my life. Charter schools often serve the top students, which causes other students to lose the opportunity to have those students in their midst. Charter schools can enroll students by raffles, but the terms of those raffles are not always transparent. Charter schools are allowed to expel students and replace them with students from other districts. And yet, the district, such as New Rochelle, in which they are placed, still pays out money for them. Did you know that charter schools work under their own governance, but they take funding from all taxpayers? Did you know that charter schools students are ineligible to play sports in the district, so that a child who's going to a charter school who may think that he or she has always been part of his neighborhood or his community cannot play that sport or be in that club or work with those other children in art programs and music programs with their district? Did you know that charter schools can have as many as 30% of unregistered teachers, not certified? That means that they do not have to provide any proof of state-approved training, any state proof of knowledge base. It also discredits union reps, thereby denying those most supported in the teaching profession. One of the most significant criticisms of charter schools is the perception that they prioritize profit over education. Are we here for the money? Are we here for the kids? Charter schools often receive per pupil funding from the government, and some critics argue that this financial incentive has led to a commodification of education. Did you know that the ultimate goal is supposed to be that education remains a priority for all students, and that students are all recognized as needing and deserving high quality, equitable, and inclusive education at all times? Do I think that our schools are perfect? No. Do I think we are getting there? Definitely. Taking the route of the SUNY application process, which this charter school has espoused, indicates that this particular charter school is trying to circumvent the more rigid process of going through the New York State education program. We are a school district that espouses we are one. In today's day and age, when everything is so fragile, this is the last thing we need to divide the unity of our students as they learn and grow. For those people still questioning, did you know?
So I want to thank you all for coming out, and this is not going to be the last time we're talking about this. As we learn more information about how this process and the application turns out, we will be relying on our community to come out and support, and against the charter school in New Rochelle. So thank you. We're going to move on to the next item so we can go quickly to public comment, because I know a lot of you have stuff you want to say tonight. The next discussion item is our first reading of policy 6710. Colleagues, this is just authorizing our purchasing agent as the purchasing agent. So it's very minute, but it's. Do any of my colleagues have any questions about this policy?
No.
Okay, great. Next is the liaison to school buddy reports. Does anybody have any reports? Ms. Brooks?
Just a quick note that this Saturday there will be a Fuse-sponsored book giveaway at Trinity School. It's Saturday the 16th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. See you there.
Ms. Brulosa?
Two quick things. One, Webster, Monday night, the 18th. Come and show up for those singers. 4th and 5th graders, we've got a Bavosa in the midst. And where don't we have one? We have a new one, by the way, 3 months. Okay, and the gala for the Fund for Educational Excellence, which awarded over $20,000 to teachers in this last distribution, is having its gala, and I know it's expensive, but there is a break for Fuse members on February 1st. No ice. If we have snow, it's okay. February 1st, down at Surf Club. Think about it. If you're struggling with it, let me know. We'll see what we can do. Okay.
And if I can add to that, one of the raffle prizes for our fundraising is either a breakfast or lunch on me, with me, and you have me for the totality of that time.
Do any other of my colleagues have any announcements? All right, so next up is public comment. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to convene into the public comment period of the meeting. The Board of Education adopted policy 1230 in April 2022 to ensure all members of the public had the opportunity to speak at both of our board meetings each month. We believe it is crucial for us to hear from our community members about their concerns and issues. Having said that, please note that the board is here to listen. The public comment period is not designed to be a discussion. Accordingly, understand the board will not respond to your concerns and questions tonight. We take your concerns and questions seriously and want to have sufficient time to process and research issues if need be. We will, however, respond to your questions and concerns at a future meeting or have the proper staff member get back to you at the appropriate time. I also want to point out that under state and federal privacy laws, we are unable to entertain any comments or questions about school personnel and students. Please know, however, that we take personnel concerns very seriously. On these matters, we would ask you to go through the appropriate administrative channels. Finally, we recognize that right now our nation and our community are polarized on a number of issues. That said, we want our school board meetings to serve as an example to our students that members of our school board and members of our community can deal with controversial issues in a civil manner and demonstrate mutual respect for one another. In that spirit, we will insist that all speakers and members of the audience maintain civility and respect for any divergent views that others possess. We ask that speakers please address their comments to the board directly rather than the audience. In the unlikely event the meeting becomes unruly, the board will recess the meeting and return once order has been restored. Finally, I want to remind everyone that you may submit written comments to the board in lieu of speaking during the public comment period if you so choose. Tonight, we've set aside 30 minutes for public comment, where each speaker who has signed up before 3:30 today has 3 minutes to speak. If a person requests to speak after 3:30, you may sign up in person at the meeting with our clerk, and will be afforded the opportunity to speak during the public comment period if time permits. Our first speaker of the night is Ms. Leah Rogov. Relax, Mr. Malfitano.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, I'm Leah Rogov, and I am president-elect of the PTAC, the PTA Council of New Rochelle. And I'm here with Brian Grossbauer. I'm going to yield my time to him. He's going to make a statement on behalf of the PTA Council. So thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. And I appreciate the paper stand. As members of the PTA Council Executive Board, we represent the interests of parents within the New Rochelle School District community. We are here to say that as a majority, we strongly oppose the creation of the proposed charter school in New Rochelle. We support the strengthening of our school district, expansion of opportunities, and excellence in education. However, this charter school proposal does not meet those goals. We believe that we should stand behind our schools, especially our amazing teachers, while working together to improve and support them rather than diverting students and resources. Currently, we have 7 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, an alternative high school, and a high school with extraordinary programs, some not available anywhere else in Westchester. While our classrooms are not currently overcrowded, a charter school will strain the finances and resources of our existing school system. Many charter schools do not have the means to provide services for our special education students. Charter schools have the ability to be selective and remove those students that may have behavioral issues or would not reflect well on their charter. They do not educate all students. They do not admit or retain the most at-risk and vulnerable students, which leads to the false narrative that they are the more effective than a public school. Charter schools have the ability to remove any student at any time for any reason, while keeping only those that are high-achieving and have very involved parents. There is no guarantee that the proposed charter school would create better outcomes for our students. It will, however, draw resources, energy, and space from our public school system. A school that operates outside of the rules and regulations of our publicly elected Board of Education is not in the best interest of the community and will only further divide our community. With proper guidance and programming of duly elected school board, our central and building administration, along with our incredible teachers and staff, all of our public schools have the opportunity to continue to achieve success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Miss Mary Breslin.
Good evening. I'm Mary Claire Breslin. I'm president of New Rochelle Fuse and a very proud teacher at Albert Leonard. I do not support charter schools because they are, by their very nature, parasitic and predatory. Charters want the public to pick the quick answer. They appeal to our natural fears of making the wrong choice for our kids and market to our hopes for them. To be savvy consumers, we need to do our due diligence and interrogate some of those features and promises. First, charter schools are not public schools. They are private contractors that receive taxpayer money to run privately controlled schools through unelected boards that are unaccountable to the public. They offer taxation without representation. Charter schools harm public schools by creating a parallel school system. When per-pupil monies that otherwise fund librarians, class size, art programs, technology are pulled out and given to a charter, public schools are forced to cut services or pay to duplicate them. Charters either gut public schools and/or increase property taxes. Charters are not more accountable than public schools because they are opaque. They may have financial, personal, or ideological ties that make them accountable to bottom lines we are unaware of. Charter schools cherry pick the students that serve them best and remove, without recourse, accepted students that don't. When accepted students are sent back to public school, they go without their pure per-pupil monies. Charters do not get better academic results than public schools. Charters are well documented for cooking the books. A charter may claim a 100% graduation rate after dumping 60% of the incoming class. Research is definitive on this. Charter schools do no better and more often do worse than public schools. Charters are not required to hire certified teachers. They can hire new graduates who may not even be certified. Some certified but inexperienced teachers may use a charter to gain experience and then move to a public school to be properly compensated. Charter schools aren't good for communities. They don't perform better than public schools, and they are unaccountable to their users. They suck resources from and erode community structures. There is a reason why New Rochelle triumphs over periods of unrest, why our kids grow up and return, why our children's early beginnings in language, STEAM, and STEM grow into science research program, AP classes, PAVE, robotics, award-winning athletics, and why this district attracts the kinds of teachers that stay and build these programs. We put a value on healthy community that holds together. Do your homework on charters and check out the Network for Public Education, and don't forget to follow the money.
Thank you, Ms. Breslin. Next up is Mr. Norman Hopman. Not seeing Mr. Hopman. Next up is Mr. Vincent Malfitano.
Good evening. First, I was very impressed with that presentation, Ms. Passerella. As a 40-year educator, I think I would have been very happy working in your building. A couple of things. I'd like to read something that I saw from a charter school, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Our school, and I think this is a quote, has created a class for white students to teach leadership principles and establish a sense of personal identity with an emphasis on personal finance and civic responsibility. I guess you didn't know how racist some of these schools could be, did you? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. That was the wrong quote. But this is a quote from a newsletter put out by our district. Quote, New Rochelle High School has created a class for students of color to teach leadership principles and establish a sense. Now, I brought this to the attention of the board a few months ago, that obviously racist and illegal use of public space for an obviously discriminatory practice seemed to fall on deaf ears. Nobody has apologized for it. Nobody has claimed ownership of such a horrible statement. But because I spoke on this rather vigorously and said, you know, maybe a civil rights attorney might be interested in this, they published a month later, you know, on page 9 of a newsletter where you couldn't even read it, oh, it's open to everybody, and it always has been. Well, that was a lie. No, it wasn't. Your own words speak the truth. Now, I worked in a charter school part-time while I was a nearly 35-year educator, high school, and administrator in New York City. I helped run an alternative high school for court-sentenced juveniles with the Christian Brothers. My entire life has been frontline education. It's not acceptable to this community. But the bottom line is this. I've worked union and non-union. I've been a U of T delegate, been in all kinds of situations in my life. Charter school is not the answer. But we're avoiding a very important question here, folks. Why is it getting so much attention? Maybe we ought to look at how our district is run. If we have people who don't have a problem with running racist classes and don't even want to claim ownership of it, maybe some people are getting a little bit worried about who we really are. Something to think about, folks. And some people think maybe it's just the money.
Next up is Ms. Aisha Cook.
Good evening. I'm here in my other hat, my NAACP hat. As we approach the 70th anniversary of the historic Brown versus the Board of Education school desegregation case, the NAACP remains steadfast in its support of free and public education. We know there are challenges, but we believe in strengthening public schools, not siphoning off funds for public charters. The New York State NAACP legislative agenda supports the following: a moratorium on all newly proposed charter schools, prevention of charter schools from disregarding NYSED guidelines, piercing the cap on the number of charter schools after the application is found not to be up to NYSED standards, and applying to SUNY instead for approval. Removing SUNY from the process of approving charter school applications, making NYSED the ultimate authority. New York State Board of Regents having final approval authority over all proposed and renewed charter schools relating to the transparency, accountability, enrollment, suspension of students at charter schools, and the administration of charter schools. The New Rochelle branch of the NAACP lends its voice to those opposing the opening of a charter school within New Rochelle City School District. We support our public schools where the teaching staff is certified, receives ongoing professional development, and has NYSED oversight. Our public schools reside within communities where we are partners. We give out books, we provide food pantries, and offer classes and workshops to families. We have publicly elected school boards and are not for profit. That can't be replicated at a charter. We know schools aren't perfect, and we commit, the NAACP commits to a partnership with the school district that encourages implicit bias training and social justice work. Strengthening these areas may eliminate the desire for certain families to look outside of our traditional public schools to educate their children. As we move beyond the turmoil created by the constant changing of superintendents, not you, of course, COVID disruptions, and tragedies within our city, we must work together to make New Rochelle City School District the beacon of excellence we know it can be. We can do that if we engage all parents, teachers, staff, students, and community members in meeting the needs of all students within our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Next up is Sharon Foots.
So my name is Sharon Foots, and I first want to say that before I read what I'm about to say, that I think that New Rochelle has some of the best educators in Westchester County. And what is happening, I am very torn about, because The result is that some teachers could lose their job, and that alarms me. But with that being said, this district needs to look at themselves. You all had ample opportunity to answer the call. With our tax dollars, you spent thousands of dollars in studies that told you what to do. And 5 years later, you have done much of nothing. Westchester County, just for not necessarily the people in this room, but that are outside, has 2 more opportunities to open up a charter or charter schools. And I am certain that in the last 5 years, that they didn't come by picking New Rochelle lightly. In some of the studies that we have wasted an extreme amount of our tax dollars, it has been told, just with this specific thing, Black boys are failing in middle school. Several proposals were given, even repeatedly through the years, and our tax dollars, again, yet wasted. I cannot imagine any educator being upset about another opportunity for instruction. What I can't imagine is a school district complaining about funds being pulled from the district to answer a call that they did not. All students deserve to have the opportunity to thrive. For example, there are several examples of successful charter schools throughout Westchester County. And all I wish is that the playing field be adjusted to the needs of this community. And for those who are complaining about, earlier somebody mentioned $16 million, I would like you to look at the math on a $293 million school budget that was passed, and 5.7% of that budget goes to a specific group of instruction for a specific religious group, and I don't see anybody complaining over the years about that. And I pay upwards of $30,000 in taxes for our home, okay? So I have something to say, and it bothers me where these funds go. It bothers me that we are here, that someone could come into the community and even say that this is possible, because if you answered the call, we would not be here. That's it.
Would anybody else like to sign up for public comment tonight? Ms. Dasim?
Good evening. Bingo. So I heard tonight, we are one school. You can come here and speak to us. You can affect change. We will listen to you. Now that we're talking about an opportunity or a position of some of our students leaving our school district, I want to make clear that I am not for charter schools, never have been. I fully understand this is privatization of the public school system. Privatization of anything isn't good for us. It doesn't work for the public. It costs more money, and we get less services. Having said that, and I also want to say, same thing, David. I also want to say there's no way I would ever agree with anything that Betsy DeVos sponsors and is proud to do. And it's not just Republicans. We have our Democrats who are pushing this. Why do we have charter schools even in our education system is an even bigger question that we really need to focus on and start to address. But with all of that, as you've heard from some of the other ones, is that we have some serious needs. We are not one school. You already have an alternative school. You already pay extra money to put some other kids outside. We say for their own good because they can't learn in the larger school, but we know better. That's where we house 60 kids. It's a little bit more now because we've been pushing out more. We're pushing out our kids to this alternative program that they can't have AP classes. They don't even have a cafeteria right now. They don't even have a library. They don't even have a gym. We did it. We expel our kids There are kids right now who are on long-term suspension. They're not coming back to school until April, got suspended September. There's kids who've been expelled for a year. We do that too. We throw our kids out. And you know when I say that, it's because those parents, because of the way they've been treated, because of the way the kids have been treated, are the ones who are going to be interested in hearing anything about possibly getting a different kind of education and different treatment. And that we've got to figure out. And that's real. And we haven't been answering the call. We wiped the slate clean again with our TSI status, dangerously. Once again, we did nothing, but somehow we got out of TSI status. How did that happen? That's what we got to fix if we really want to keep charter out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Seem. Would anybody else like to sign up for public comment tonight? Seeing none, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is new business personnel resolutions. We added an agenda item before the meeting started, so it might not be on the printed version, but we are approving the hiring of our new school district treasurer tonight. So Dawn, if you're in the audience, can you take a stand? Can you stand for me, Dawn? So Dawn will be serving as our next school district treasurer. So thank you, Dawn, for jumping on board and coming, joining the team. Colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to approve consent agenda for personnel resolutions number 24-216, 1 through 5, number 24-217, 1 through 13, number 24-218, 1 through 2, and number 24-219, according to the recommended action for each item.
So move, Bavosa.
Second, Brooks.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Vice President Brooks is going to call the next consent agenda for general resolutions because I need to abstain from them.
Colleagues, can I have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda for general resolutions number 24-220 through number 24-221, according to the recommended action for each item?
So moved, Ross.
Second, Lewis.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. So the next and last item on our agenda is a resolution approving accommodation for our colleague, Mr. David Peters. This is Mr. Peters' last Board of Education meeting before he goes to the first floor of City Hall, the bad floor of City Hall, I'm joking, but the evil empire down there as the next city council member for District 3. So I'm going to read the commendation, and then I'm going to let all my colleagues have something to say, then Mr. Peters, you have something to say, and we have some stuff for you, and then we'll vote on the resolution. So, commending David Peters as a member of the Board of Education. Whereas the term of office of David Peters, a member of the Board of Education of the City School District of the City of New Rochelle since July 1st, 2022. Whereas Mr. Peters' tenure as a Board of Education member was distinguished by a profound dedication to the responsibilities of the office, an abiding commitment to the improvement of educational opportunities for all children, a notable interest in fostering excellence and equity in public education, and his concern for the productive and cost-effective management of the public schools of New Rochelle through his school board leadership. And whereas Mr. Peters has served as a tireless volunteer in various capacities, including its audit committee member July 2022 to present, Southern Westchester BOCES liaison 2022 to 2023, policy committee co-chair 2023, Green Schools committee member, and a member of the Board of Education School Board Buddy Program. And whereas Mr. Peters is a lifelong resident of New Rochelle, a proud graduate of the City School District of New Rochelle, and a newly elected City Council member for the City of New Rochelle. Whereas in recognition for his tireless service to the community and its youth, Mr. Peters has received honors and awards from organizations throughout Westchester and New York State, including several School Board Recognition Week certificates of recognition from the New York State School Boards Association for dedicated leadership in public education and continuing service to the children of New Rochelle, a Board Achievement Award for participation in the New York State School Boards Association Leadership Development Training, and for completing the New York State mandated fiscal oversight fundamentals and the New York State Essentials of School Board Governance training for school board members. Now therefore be it resolved that this Board of Education, for itself and on behalf of the people of New Rochelle whose trustee it is, conveys its most sincere gratitude and appreciation to David Peters for his faithful dedication, extraordinary, tireless, and conscientious service with which he served this school system and its community as an ardent advocate for public education, and extends best wishes to Mr. Peters and his family for good health and happiness, many years of personal and professional accomplishments. And be it further resolved that this resolution, the highest honor in our power to bestow, be and hereby is made part of the official records of the Board of Education of the City School District of the City of New Rochelle, New York, and that a copy be transmitted to Mr. Peters, bearing the official seal and the signatures of members of the Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, and the Clerk and Secretary to the Board of Education. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately. Congratulations, David. Which one of my colleagues would like to start first? Ms. Brooks?
So first of all, congratulations, David, from me. But I'm actually here to read a brief statement from my colleague, Valerie Williams, who could not be here this evening, for David. Congratulations, New Rochelle District 3 City Councilman-elect David Peters. David, you are a lifelong resident of New Rochelle with a long history of public service. Your love of the people of New Rochelle served you well as a board member and will again as the District 3 New Rochelle City Councilman. Thank you for your service and your leadership as New Rochelle continues to be the Queen City of the Sound. It was a pleasure to serve as co-chair of the Policy Committee, and the Honorable Pearl Quarles would have been very proud to see this day. You have a powerful voice which enables and activates other powerful voices for social justice and change. In the words of Andrew Carnegie, teamwork is the ability to work together toward a common vision, the ability to direct individual accomplishments toward organizational objectives. It is the fuel that allows common people to attain uncommon results. This is an incredible time in history to be on the council. You will do well to bring a variety of voices to the table in times of calm. All the best to you, Honorable Valerie D. Williams, Board Trustee. And so you don't have to hear my voice. I will just co-sign what Valerie said. Congratulations.
I'll jump in very quickly. Of course, congratulations is well deserved. I have obviously not run for that office, but I know it's a huge feat. So congratulations. As someone who's helped my million questions about how to run for something and anything. This is my first election. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you for being a listening ear and helping me encourage others to run in the future. So I, of course, wish the best for you in this next endeavor. Thank you to you, New Roar, and all the folks that helped me get to where I am. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you do in the future. So congratulations.
Oh, I would like to share a quote from Bettina Love, who is a person who inspired both of us, and we've shared many, many conversations. Too often we think the work of fighting oppression is just intellectual. The real work is personal, emotional, spiritual, and communal. David, thank you for always pushing me to be a better version of myself and live in my integrity. Thank you for being a father figure for me when I needed one, and for really pushing me to go deeper into my own spiritual, intellectual self so that I could be of service to more kids and our community. I am very excited for this next part of your journey as you continue to be a steward of social justice in New Rochelle. And thank you for being family to me, which means sometimes we don't agree on everything, but there is always still love there. So thank you, and I wish you all the best, and all the best for New Rochelle.
David, I wish you the best in your new position, and I'm sure that you are going to do just what you've done on the board, which is continue to not shy away from the hard topics. And I've really appreciated that about you being on the board over the last year and a half, is that you've continued to push us When we've tried to gloss over something or whatever it was, you've made us stop and think about it. Why are we doing it? And you've always represented the voice of the community and the people that you've supported that support you. And so I've really appreciated that and admired that about you. And so I feel lucky to have had the chance to get to know you. I look forward to continuing our friendship and seeing kind of what you do over there in District 3. Congratulations.
This might sound a little strange, but from the frying pan to the boiling pot, I don't know. You're moving from one position to another. And as my colleague said, we have not always agreed on things, but I appreciate the fact that you have opened up and spoken about things and shared your ideas, because I think that's the only way with true discourse people can learn and grow. And I wish you the best in your future endeavors. I, unlike some of the others, have not known you that long, but I appreciate the fact that you are willing to put yourself and your neck on the line now in a second adventure. So good luck to you in that.
Through the president, Trustee Peters, in our short time together, there has not been a person who I know who's been a board member who would ask such pointed questions and making sure that the board and I always stay on our toes in terms of making sure what's good for one is good for all. I want to thank you for that. And I'm very happy to know that your vision, your personality, your persona, and your pointedness is going to serve the greater population of New Rochelle, from the top down and from the bottom up. And I want to thank you for your honesty. I want to thank you for the very unique conversations in our personal meetings. And thank you again for making sure that what we're doing is the right thing every time, even if it was controversial in terms of the conversation. And that is greatly appreciated. Please continue to walk down that path. Congratulations, Councilman-elect, and I wish you nothing but success in your future.
Yeah, David, congratulations. I'll keep it brief. You know that we've been working together for I guess a couple of years now. So congratulations. You know, all the best. I appreciate what you've done, especially in terms of the education and for our students in New Rochelle, and see what you can do about the potholes, because we need these potholes fixed. The streets. Thank you.
David, I also have a quote, and I read this quote when Rachel Relkin left the board, and it was by Mary Oliver. Tell me what it is you plan to do with your one wild and precious life. And you embody service to others, being on the board, now on the city council, but even before that, you did things to help other people, and I can respect that tremendously. One of my fondest memories of being on the board with you is our drives back and forth to the superintendent search, and we were interviewing candidates, and we had some amazing conversations, and you have always made it that I wasn't complacent as a board president. You know, it's easy to get complacent now. Things are working. There's this acting superintendent, but you've made it known that there's no need to be complacent. There's so much work to do. And you also made sure that we did not use the fear of the past to affect what we're doing in the present. And I know you always talked about that, and it's really resonated with me, is that I don't need to worry about what happened in the past to make sure that it doesn't affect what we need to do in the future. So I thank you for that, and I thank you for making me a better board president as well. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you on the city council. Yeah. Ms. Bonilla, would you like to say anything?
Give him the commendation.
David, We do have some nice CSDNR swag. You're welcome, David.
As usual, you've surprised me, and I have to say, and that I have a lot of mixed feelings about leaving the board, and a lot of it has to do with the opportunity that we've had as members, each and every one of us, to kind of examine and discuss and talk about things and what has emerged for me with respect to that is that I really do think that we're in good hands. I don't just think that, I really believe that this board is in really good hands, you know, and there are times when people make public comments, which is their right and they should, and there's a lot of work to do, right? And why I believe this board is in really good hands is because I think that work needs to get done can get done, and I believe that the people who are serving on this board really care, and so my hope for each and every one of you is that you lean into caring and trusting that. Right? Trusting that your caring will overcome any obstacle or opposition that somehow comes into play to not necessarily allow this board, this really special board, to really put us in the place that each and every one of you want to be. There's a lot that we talk about behind the scenes, but what I'm most grateful for and will always remember is I really feel that we were beginning, for me beginning, for you continuing, to really respect each other and to be able to move forward in really important ways and to really care about each other. And it's that caring that I'm leaving with. I'm leaving with this board a sense of being on a board that cares. And my hope is that that's what you continue to do. So thank you for all of your efforts. And you're not getting rid of me that quickly. Let me just say that, right? There's one floor, there's another floor. There's Tuesday night. I'm going to be here on Tuesday nights when I can, although that all the meetings occur on the same time and nights. But that's a whole nother story. But I'm excited for the opportunity to support what I've come to learn by being a board member, to support our most important resources, which are our children, all of our children, to be able to support that. So my hope is that in moving forward, you know, the collective impact of both the city and the Board of Ed can really transform this city into places that it hasn't been, but has the ability to get there. So I really appreciate that. And thank you. Thank you for all of the gifts. And Millie, I do have to say I'm going to miss you, but I'll be by a lot. So don't think I won't. And to the district staff, I want to say that I really appreciate you. Those that serve for however you serve, whatever it might mean, all of the teachers, all of the teachers' aides, everybody engaged and involved. You know, we have a great opportunity here, and I'm going to stop in a minute. So this isn't a campaign speech, but we've got a great opportunity here in New Rochelle. For lots of reasons, and my hope is that we listen to each other, and that we take action with each other. When we talk about equity, equity is really an action. It's not just a strategy. There's actions that are required, and sometimes it creates tension in traditions and practices that we've relied on. But it's time for us to grab a hold of the future and make it work. So thank you. Thank everyone for everything. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you, David. So colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to approve resolution number 24-222, commending David Peters as a member of the Board of Education?
So moved. Castellano Minaya.
Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, David. Our next meeting, oh, it's not in here. Oh, there we go. It's going to be January 9th, 7 p.m. at City Hall. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
So moved, Pavosa.
Second, Lewis.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good night, everyone.